Okay, good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the Katati City Council and a successor agency to the former Katati Community Redevelopment Agency. So we're going to start with a call to order and a roll call. Can we do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Savage,
Here.
Councilmember Sparks,
Here.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Vice Mayor Harvey,
Here.
Mayor Lemus.
Here. Okay, thank you. And next, we're going to approval of minutes and notice of waiving of reading of all resolutions and ordinances introduced and are adopted under this agenda. And we have our meeting minutes from the meeting of April 28, 2026. Is there any questions or changes in the minutes? Okay, we'll open it for public comment. Let's go to Zoom first.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Seeing no hands, that will end the Zoom portion of public comment.
Okay. Now in the room, is there anyone who wanted to make a public comment on the minutes, on the approval of the minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'll look back to my council.
Move to approve the minutes?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then we're moving on to proclamations, and we have 3 tonight. I've asked Councilmember Ford and also Vice Mayor Harvey to help me. And I'll start with the first one, which is a proclamation proclaiming May 2026 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Katati. And we have 2 members. We have Grace Chung Shulman from the AAPIC and Seema Sharma, a local resident. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and you're welcome to both come up to the microphone and welcome to come up to the microphone. And if you want to share a few words after the proclamation, you may. Okay, thank you. So the first one is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Katati, recognizing and supporting the Asian American and Pacific Islander AAPI community in the City of Katati and proclaiming May 2026 as AAPI Heritage Month. Whereas the month of May marks a national celebration of Asian American and Pacific Islanders, AAPI, in the United States, and we take this time to honor our rich history, cultural diversity, achievement, and contributions. And whereas AAPI residents have long enriched and continue to contribute to the City of Katati's and Sonoma County's vitality, economic prosperity, cultural richness, and social fabric driven by values of family, community, and the belief in the American dream. And whereas AAPI organizing and advocacy efforts are actively growing and expanding, strengthening civic engagement and community leadership within Sonoma County, such as mitigating marginalization of our youth and recognizing the effects of climate change on the most vulnerable. And the diverse AAPI community welcomes opportunities to share stories and culture which promote pride, understanding, visibility, and representation. And whereas the AAPI community continues to face systemic barriers accessing government resources, support, and representation, as well as ongoing experiences of discrimination and language barriers that can hinder full civic participation and economic mobility. And our nation's current climate has heightened fears and vulnerabilities among AAPI residents, leading many to retreat into isolated communities for perceived safety, reinforcing the need for greater outreach, inclusion, and proactive engagement. And whereas the city deeply values the human rights and dignity of all residents and strives to protect our residents against acts of hate. And whereas the City Council's strategic goals include promoting an equitable, compassionate, and healthy community that honors diversity as a source of strength. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Katati formally recognizes and honors the contributions of the AAPI community, will work to dispel misconceptions and educate our residents about the significant contributions of the AAPI community to support the efforts to end discrimination. Be it further proclaimed that the city will actively seek opportunities to collaborate with AAPI communities, including encouraging all elected officials in Sonoma County to attend and actively listen and engage at AAPI events, advance equity and health in our city, and ensure that all city operations are inclusive and equitable. Be it further proclaimed that the city, in recognition of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Katati. So I want to thank you, and I want to invite our members to come forward, and if they want to share just a few words, and then we'll come up for a picture. So you can stay up after you leave. So first we have Grace Schulman, Grace Sheng Schulman. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Grace Chung Shulman. It's difficult to pronounce. I know it's a Cantonese word. I was born and raised in Hong Kong. Your words really touched me. The proclamation, usually a lot of formalities, but I see that you treasure the opportunities and willingness to engage. I think we appreciate this very much. I'm a co-founder and vice president of AAPI Coalition of North Bay. We call ourselves AAPIC. APIC is easier. While we are a very small community, as you know, we are struggling always to get data, but I guess you might have better data than we are able to get. That is, how many of us are here? We hear about something between 5 and 6% Asian Pacific Islanders. And however, this comprised of at least 10 distinct ethnicities. And many of them came here because of the various waves of global upheaval, and others just before, maybe like me, come here because this is a place to make a life. And we existed, and also want to mention something else. Even though our numbers is small, over 60% of us, AAPIs, are foreign-born. That's a pretty high percentage, and it is rising. And AAPIC, that is my organization, existed during the pandemic when we were faced with anti-Asian hate. And we came together and say, what should we do, what should we do? And then very soon we discovered that we actually didn't know each other. We speak different languages, speak different even dialects, and come from different countries with different histories, even though similar part of the world. And also because of when they came, they might have generational wealth and educational level. The others came here as refugees, don't speak English very well. But anyway, what we know from the inside, many don't speak English well enough, and they don't know that they can find help. And through the 4.5, 5 years that I have helped found this organization, we know that providing them with the language that is, translating the flyers and things, that helps a bit. It shows your respect to them. However, we need the next step, that is to engage with them. And we have been trying hard through these 4.5, 5 years to become the trusted messenger, because we understand government agencies and nonprofits have lots of resources to help them, but they don't think about going there. They came from countries where they don't trust the government, many of them. So we are trying to actually go to them and introduce them, and that is what we're trying to do right now. And well, I just want to say that we are a very small community, very invisible, but it doesn't mean that we don't need help. They are just very quiet, very self-reliant, but our community is waiting to be seen. I appreciate you invited us once a year. I live in Santa Rosa, don't come down here very often, maybe once a year to appear before you. But I can tell you that during the pandemic, I actually come here twice a week to attend the Aikido class. That was really interesting. I should have continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Grace. And we want to invite the next person to speak, Seema Sharma, a local resident.
Good evening. So I will do a little bit of a family history, I guess, of myself. And first, I'd like to start with my interaction with the City of Cotati, and Noah has helped me several times with the preschools that I have in the City of Cotati. And I would like to start with that I have 5 or 6 businesses in about 6 different cities in this county, and Cotati has always been the most wonderful city to work with everything. Progressive, easy to get through, you can get somebody to help you, anybody that needs anything done, it is not impossible to get that done, which I really appreciate of this city because it is not the same in every other city. So Cotati has always been wonderful like that, always love it for that reason, has been home for me for the schools, year 8 now, and year 2 for the other one. So very, very thankful. So family history I will start with is that I am Asian Indian, of course, from India. My great-grandfather first came to Yuba City in 1910, and I think my grandmother got married, went back, had her children in India, and my dad and his brothers, 9 brothers and sisters, 9 of them, came back in 1966 and 67 and 68. It took 3 years for all 9 of them to make it here. Recently, this Saturday, I was at one of my aunts, one of the 9 funerals, and my dad's side of the family has always been very entrepreneurial, has done very well for themselves in many different aspects of life. And when my cousin, her son, talked about them picking peaches when they first came here as farm labor, nobody could believe it because they have done so extremely well that nobody had an idea that that's how they had started out. So definitely American dream in many, many ways. But I agree with her, we do not have as much representation and as much, adaptation that we should of our cultures, but it's coming there. Bigger cities are, having more and more diversity. I see it happening here too in multiple different facets. I hope it continues because representation for everybody is everything nowadays. Be it positive or negative, social media helps in many things for showing children representation, but I'm very honored to be a part of Cotati. Love it.
Thank you so much. Now, if you want to stay there, we'll take a picture with you, Seema. We're going to come down and take a picture. You want to stay there? We can do it separately or together. Maybe separate so you can have your own pictures, or together. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So you guys want to stand here? This way? This way? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll hold it up. Okay. Thank you, Grace. Thank you for being here. Okay. Good seeing you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Sorry.
Thank you so much for coming.
Okay, so next we have the proclamation for Bike Month in Cotati, and we're going to have Councilmember Ford.
And I'm happy to see Eris Weaver, Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, coming up to receive this. So I think I get the honor of reading this one because I like to work today. So a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati proclaiming May 2026 as Bike Month in the City of Cotati. Whereas the bicycle is a healthy, convenient, financially and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of the City of Cotati's scenic beauty, local attractions, and friendly neighborhoods. And whereas Sonoma County's roads and trails attract bicyclists each year, providing economic health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas creating a bicycling-friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, growing the economy of the city and county, attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, supporting student health and learning, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas since 2001, the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition has been promoting bicycling for transportation and recreation through education, encouragement, and advocacy. And whereas thousands of local school children have received classroom instruction in bicycle and pedestrian safety and participated in skill-building bike rodeos facilitated by the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition's Safe Routes to School program. And whereas the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition's Smart Cycling Program has taught bicycle safety skills to thousands of adults, and whereas the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition has produced numerous events and activities encouraging residents to ride a bicycle, including the Bike Advocacy Summit, Bike Expos, Ciclovias, Bike Film Nights, community rides, giveaways of bicycles and bicycle safety equipment, repair clinics, and Bike to Work Month. And whereas the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, the League of American Bicyclists, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area will be promoting bicycling during the month of May 2026. And whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Cotati and its visitors can experience the joys of bicycling through free educational programs, challenges, and events organized by these groups. And whereas these groups are also promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Cotati City Council does hereby recognize the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition and commends the institution for its contributions to the community. And be it further proclaimed that the Cotati City Council does hereby proclaim May 2026 as Bike Month and May 14th, 2026, that's tomorrow, as Bike to Work Day, day after tomorrow, as Bike to Work Day in Cotati, and urges all residents to participate in this special observance. So, welcome, Eris, and feel free to say a few words.
Thank you, council members, not just for this proclamation, but for your participation and promotion of Bike to Work Day. I've probably told this story more before, but my introduction to Bike Month, Bike to Work Day, and the Bicycle Coalition came when Councilmember Ford, many years ago, invited me to come help staff the city's Bike to Work Day Energizer station, and I had no idea then that I would be where I am right now. I'm very happy to see also on the proclamations today, see my friend Sonia over there from Generation Housing. Our organizations work together. Housing and land use planning and transportation are just inextricably linked. And for that reason, one of the things I love about living in Cotati, and one of the reasons why I chose to live in Cotati, is that Cotati is truly a 15-minute city. Some folks who may not have heard that term, it's a kind of city planning concept of that a great city or neighborhood is one where you can meet all or most of your basic daily needs within a 15-minute walk or bike ride, which we can do here in Cotati. We've got groceries, you know, hairdressers, dog groomers, dry cleaning bars, restaurants, massage therapists. I mean, whatever you need, we've actually got it here, and that I am able to live here and do pretty much everything without having to use a car, and that is a really wonderful thing. The last couple of years, I've really felt like there's this big rise and renaissance happening with more jurisdictions and more of the culture embracing cycling and other forms of active transportation, at least until I read the comment sections on social media, which is never a good idea. But there's, besides the Energizer stations and Bike to Work Day, day after tomorrow, as Mr. Ford mentioned, is we have two other big events coming up in the next couple of weeks that I wanted everybody to know about. The first one is on May 20th. We are having a bike film festival called Bike Shorts. That'll be at the Rialto Cinema. There's 3 short documentary films that are all focusing on different populations and how they enjoy cycling. There's one called Critical Mass, that's cycling with kids. There's cycling with age, cycling without age, and the folks from the Sebastopol Senior Center are going to be there with their electric trishaw that they give seniors rides in and give people rides to check it out. And then another one called In the Dirt about some mountain biking program on the Navajo Nation. So that's on the 20th. And then on May 31st, we are having Pedal Fest, a big bike festival that'll be at Somo Village, so easy to get to from here, that we will have bike games, demos, all kind of bike foolery going on for the whole day there. So I invite everyone here to come join us at any of those activities, and thank you again for your support and participation.
Thank you so much. Can we come down and get a picture
Oh,
with you?
yeah.
Our annual picture with you?
And here, I'm going to give you my camera too. It's been 9 proclamations in 2 weeks. All right. This is my favorite one. All right, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for coming, Eris. Good to see you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm glad to get those dates for the training, bicycle training that's coming up. That's great. So the next proclamation we have is May 2026 is Affordable Housing Month in Cotati, and for that we'll go to Vice Mayor Harvey.
Okay, and Sonia, when we're done, I will give you a chance to speak. So it's proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati proclaiming May 2026 as Affordable Housing Month. Whereas affordable housing is one of the cornerstones of a well-functioning community, and whereas our communities thrive when all families have a place to call home, and whereas each year families in Sonoma County struggle to find an affordable home in one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation, and whereas affordable housing is an essential element of the equitable fire recovery process in Sonoma County, and whereas the City of Cotati has approved over 2.5 times more housing units than is required by the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, including a minimum of 15% deed-restricted affordable units in all market rate projects and a 43-unit below market rate development in our downtown. And whereas the City of Cotati is committed to safe, stable, and affordable housing for all its residents, and whereas the strength of the community and economy depends on providing access to housing options that allow current and future residents of all incomes and backgrounds to live where they work, and whereas affordable housing near employment centers and transit reduces traffic congestion, air pollution, and emissions, and lowers housing and transportation costs for local workers. And whereas organizations throughout Sonoma County are dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing for all members of the community and are working collaboratively to bring the needed affordable housing to our communities. And whereas these organizations are encouraged to partner with local agencies and community members to recognizing Affordable Housing Week, which supports sharing best practices, opportunities, and solutions to provide a variety of housing types so there is a home that is within reach for all residents of Sonoma County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this day of May 12, 2026, by the City Council of the City of Cotati that the month of May 26 is Affordable Housing Month. Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Sonia Bick-Barwick. I'm with Generation Housing, and we really want to thank you, the council, and NOAA, and the staff here at the city for all the work you do for affordable housing. You obviously are leaders in this field, and we're very, very thankful for that partnership and for all the work you've done. I've been here for a few meetings and heard nothing but support for the work we are doing, and we very much appreciate it and very much appreciate this proclamation. So thank you. Do I stand in the middle here?
Yes, you're in the middle.
I'm in the middle, all right.
got her multiple phones.
I feel like a celebrity.
You are.
Yes, thank you very much.
you
I
so
don't need
much.
a hug.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we are going to open this up for public comment on proclamations, and we'll go to online first.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Seeing no hands on Zoom, Mayor Lemus.
Okay, is there anyone in the room that would like to make a comment on the proclamations? On what we just shared, the proclamations. I think you're waiting for a regular public comment, so it's probably the next item. Oh,
I just want to say
sure, come on.
that I'm here for another reason that we'll come to, but Rotary supports diversity, so I really like the first proclamation. We also support the environment, and I ride my bike everywhere. I've been a member of the Bike Coalition for years. And our club is actually going to be the valet parking for the kids parade this year that I set up with Ashley. And third, we also support housing, and we support the Labatt Landing. So anyway, these three proclamations just kind of made me want to at least, particularly about the bicycle, since I've been bicycling to work since 1990, and they many of their bike days I went by, and they give you something as you go by, and it's been a lot of fun. So it's great that the city supports all three of those things.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so anyone else want to speak on this, proclamations? Okay, so that closes public comment. Okay, thank you. So next item we have is agenda review. Is there any changes to the agenda?
No proposed changes, Mayor.
Okay. Next item, citizen business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any item listed on the consent calendar or any matter not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2025-03, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where disability accommodations has been requested. To facilitate public comment, the timer indicator lights will display yellow when there are 30 seconds remaining and red when time has expired. So now we're going to public comment. Is there anyone online that would like to make public comment? I see that do we have any hands?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lemus. We do have one hand. Just a reminder to all of our Zoom attendees to please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. The first hand is from Lori. You have the floor.
Hi. My public comment today is on the PRA requests and how the city is, it's not Kevin's fault, it's the attorneys are denying every single thing, or everything is redacted. There must be spending hours and hours at $3.50 an hour to redact information that should be, it's not, they're finding this minor relation to anything to exclude. And this is, you want to be transparent, you need to have this. I can't back up figures in documents because the city redacts them. Redwood Public Law, I can't get the amounts they spent. I haven't been able to get without redaction since November. And but then Redwood Public Law says, oh, we spent $60,000, but I can't back it up. And this kind of stuff, it's been going on for years, and it needs to stop. How much money are you spending for the attorneys to not be non-transparent? I'm asking for things that are not. And then I'll get, with Damien, I'll be, 3 years ago almost, they say I'm a PRA city soccer. And I got threats to my family. This kind of stuff needs to stop. You need to let the public know what information it is. And by the way, welcome back, Laura.
Mayor Lemus, there are no further hands on Zoom.
Okay, and we'll bring that back to the room. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a public comment on either consent items or any other public comment for citizens' business? Anyone in the room? Okay. If you want to just state your name too before you start your comment. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm George Malcolmus, the president of the Rotary Club of Rancho Cotati. Our Rotary Club just put on the first annual Cotati Cinco de Mayo Festival last Tuesday. And I want to personally thank the city, the mayor, Sylvia Lemus, the city council, Public Works, the rec department, and particularly Ashley Wilson for the support and backing for this first event. The free event turned out to be an incredible success for the community with live music, car show, dancing, rich food and drink, a fun kids area. Families were enjoying food and music while the kids played lively cornhole. Friendly community happeniness and joy was in the air. Thank you. I wasn't really sure what kind of turnout we would foster on a work day, a school day, and with the rains the night before. But we had a great turnout, somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 people, individuals, mostly community families, enjoying the La Plaza Park together. La Plaza Park. Last year I drove by town on Cinco de Mayo, and La Plaza Park was really dark and quiet. Many years ago I was in a Mexican restaurant on Cinco de Mayo, and they had, it was just fun. You know, they had the mariachi band, and I just thought going through town, we ought to have a little music here in the plaza. I mentioned to our club and the Latin members in our club, particularly Maria Lemus and Lilia Gonzalez, took the challenge and made it into an amazing event. They involved Frankie Lemus, who connected us to music, food vendors, and the car show. Frankie Lemus was given the first annual Cotati Cinco de Mayo Leadership Award at the event. We also had speakers, Sylvia Lemus came, and we also had the consulate from San Francisco speak. It was pretty amazing. We were looking for a signature Rotary event for many years, and we found it. We're looking forward to the second annual Cinco de Mayo Cotati Festival, and we're looking for the city's ongoing support. Our club has a long history of collaboration with the city of Cotati, and we look forward to continuing that relationship. All proceeds from the event will go directly towards community programs, as well as international humanitarian efforts. The Cinco de Mayo Festival is a perfect Rotary event. Rotary promotes unity, diversity, peace, and understanding throughout the world.
We have to call
there are approximately 1.2 million Rotarians belonging to more than 33,000 clubs and 167
Yeah,
countries.
thank you. The time is up. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I just want to thank you guys again. Okay. And I also want to invite you to a meeting. The city is a corporate member of our clubs, so you're all invited to come to a lunch. We meet on Tuesdays lunchtime.
Okay, thank
all
you.
Right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the room want to make a comment on citizen business and public comment for consent calendar items? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the consent calendar. So the consent calendar, we need to take it in 2 votes because we have one item that we need Councilmember Savage to recuse. So we'll start with passing 6A and 6B, which is approval of 2026 City of Cotati Summer Movies in the Park, Food Festival and National Night Out events in La Plaza Park, and B, approval of 2026 Cotati Chamber of Commerce Music Festival event in La Plaza Park.
Move to approve items A and B.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next one is 6C, which is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance to rezoning multiple parcels to the transit-oriented communities and Santero Way zoning districts and make any further needed revisions to implement the TOC land use policies.
Move to approve item C.
Second.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call on that one.
Point out the
You have to
recusal.
make a
Yeah.
statement.
You have to make a statement that you refuse. That
You-
you recuse. Okay, so, yeah.
You turn on, yeah.
So I'll recuse myself from this vote since I live in that area of the item.
Okay, so should we do a roll call on that one, or, okay, okay. So we'll just do a voice vote with one recusal. Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next item is direction of future agenda items. Does anyone have any future agenda items that they would like to agendize? Anything else we have? No? Okay. Next item, regular agenda, and the first item is a general fund long-range financial forecast, fiscal years 2025-26 through 2035-36, 10 years. And I think we have a presentation on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, thank you, Kevin, for getting that up. So before we talk about forecast, let's do a quick walk down memory lane, which I think will be informative as we get into the forecast. Next slide, please. And I'll just point out, if you didn't see on the cover slide, this is a 10-year sort of history of the general fund is what we're talking about specifically. So currently, today, the general fund is about $11 million per year. That's our general fund size. And the revenues in the current year are at about fiscal year 22-23 levels. So there's a couple of reasons for that, which I'll talk about here in a second. So most recently, as you know, most of the general fund revenue is from sales tax. About 50% of the general fund revenue is sales tax. And sales tax hit a high point in 21-22, and it's down about $400,000 a year since then. So it's been a peak, and it's been down kind of a decrease, and largely, hopefully, flat now. And then the latest forecasts, which Angela will get into after this, shows it gradually after a couple years. It's crystal ball, but gradually after a couple years coming back up for a variety of economic reasons that HDL believes will play out, at least as of the last forecast. Things are always changing. And that's a major part of the reason why the revenue has declined a little bit to 22, 23 levels, but then, as I said, hopefully it's going to flatten out and then go back up. The revenue growth over this period of time, so this is fiscal 16-17 through 24-25. So these are actuals, right? I'm not talking any budget numbers or estimates or anything. We're talking actual end-of-year totals. So the revenue growth over that time period, it's good news. It's grown about $4.1 million over that basically 10-year period, from roughly, I think it was $7 million to about $11 million-ish. So that's the kind of growth that we've seen over that period of time. Other tax is another category that you see in the general fund, and most of the growth in that has been due to growth in cannabis. So in 2017, it was approved by voters in November, and it went into effect in 2018. So in the earlier part of this forecast, the cannabis business tax started, which doesn't affect sales tax, except that it allowed a higher level of retail, which also has a sales tax component in addition to the business tax. And then investment earnings, as you all know, we did a lot of work collectively on our investment strategy and, laddering investments. And so we've also seen a good amount of growth in just investment earnings over this period of time. Next slide. So on the expenditure side, recall in the revenue, we've seen about 4.1 million over the period of time in terms of growth. It's been about 3.7 in expenditures, so expenditures have been right behind the revenue, but less than, which is good. And then salary and benefit growth, and that's $3.7 million in growth has been primarily made up of salary and benefits, which is about 1.6 million over this period of time. And then contract services was another major piece, which was about 1.2 million per year over the same period. I will point out some of the contract services are reimbursable, like we do, development projects and that sort of thing where we get reimbursement for. Is there?
Sure. You go ahead.
Thanks. On these slides, some of these I'll say per year, but then you're saying verbally over the whole period. But then some of them really do seem to be per year. Can you clarify a little bit?
It's basically, I can understand the confusion. It's what I'm trying to convey is that it's basically like if we take, let's say, contract services, the amount we spent on contract services roughly 10 years ago is a 1.2 million less per year than we do this year. Okay. Right? Yeah, it's a little bit of both. Yeah. And so some of, of that bulk number on contract services, some of that is reimbursable stuff, mostly development review, permitting, that kind of thing. But some are not, right? Some are just straight expenditures. And some major categories of expenditures are the IT consultant that we use. The Veranda Flighty Ranch is a new expenditure that didn't exist 10 years ago. It's a significant part of, it's our largest contract expense. And then landscaping. We've done a lot of work on parks, and they're looking a lot better, but that also comes with a higher level of maintenance as well. And then insurance over this period of time has also increased by almost $700,000 a year, more than what we paid for insurance about 10 years ago. So that makes up the bulk of the increase in expenditures in the general fund. Next slide. So this is general fund revenue, and a lot of what you see is, so the bottom of the stacked chart is, I don't expect you guys to read the legends at this scale, but the bottom is property tax, and you can see property tax is kind of slow and steady. It doesn't really do much, but it's always kind of there, slowly growing. The bigger sort of orange or salmon bar is sales tax. So you can see there's been significant growth in sales tax, as I mentioned earlier, over this period of time. The green bar right above that's other taxes. So that's primarily cannabis business or cannabis sales tax related to the cannabis businesses. And you can see it went from close to nothing at the start to over $800,000 a year as we get into 24, 25. And then the rest of there's not really a lot to point out on the other stacks above it, except there is one sort of bump there that you see at 22, 23. And that's just, that was a property sale. That's why there was a sudden bump in that, but that's a non-recurring revenue. It just shows up in the chart. Next slide, please. And to flip it upside down, these are expenses, so they're negative, right, below zero. Most of these expenses are at the bottom there. These are non-labor general fund operational expenses. So I guess the main thing to point out are two things. One is the salmon kind of orange bar. Those are contract services, so you can see there's large growth in contract services. And then a couple sort of layers down, you have sort of a blue bar there, not the light blue right next to the orange, but between the yellow and the green. That blue bar is insurance, so you can see insurance is gotten significantly more expensive over this time period. And we've talked about this in the past. It really has nothing to do with anything with us. It's the insurance market. All people that are getting insurance are seeing these kind of increases in costs. Next slide. And so this is labor. So there's not too much to point out except the obvious spike there, and that was the funding of the UAL. That's what that's related to when we did the refunding of the unfunded liability. So otherwise, it's growing, as you can see, over time, but on a relatively steady trajectory overall. Next slide. And so these are charges for services by a different department. And I guess the main thing to point out is that most of the very top, that sort of rust-colored layer at the very top of the stack is community development charges. So it's mostly, that's where the bulk of the charges for services comes from, which is like building permit revenue, development revenue, that type of thing. And the big spike, I believe, was one of our major subdivisions when it went. Yeah, so it's Kessing Ranch. So, and so this is the revenue side. It does, what you don't see is some of the offset, because there's also like building services and development review services, which are contract services that are partially offset by this revenue. But you can see there's large increases in revenue when there's major projects happening. And overall, they're trending up. Development has been on a little bit of a downtrend the last couple of years overall in terms of fees, but it's highly, obviously, reliant on private development happening. So the more that happens, you get more fees for those services. Next slide. And this just kind of puts them together so you can get an idea on the net revenue. So basically, from an operational perspective, these are the kind of things that we discuss often internally is, what's the net? So the gold bar there is the net revenue. So you have operating expenses and you have operating revenue. And if the operating, how much the operating revenue exceeds the operating expenses is kind of where that line tracks, where the line charts. And so that's the axis on the left side. So you can see it peaked out around, I think it was 21, 22 there, flattened out, and then it's been going back down. And that doesn't mean that our expenses exceed our revenues. It just means the delta between them is shrinking. So, and it's a symptom of, as you saw earlier, there's been flat multi-years of like declining or flat revenue, and expenses continuing to march up. So that's what you end up seeing. And this is the same thing that you're seeing in cities around the county, except they just don't have the. I think they were in large part they were budgeting closer to zero, and so when you have these kind of downturns, it puts them in budget crisis. So fortunately, we're not in budget crisis at this point, but it's something we watch closely because as the nets, as you can see the net trending down, you want to eventually see it flatten and then ideally start separating again. So your operating expenses and your operating revenues get farther apart. The stack blue there is the ending fund balance, and it's good to know just where our ending fund balance is. It is related to our net operating revenue, but it also is affected by transfers out for capital projects. And so some of what you're seeing there is with a decline in the fund balance is transfers out for capital projects in prior years. But they do obviously have some effect on each other. And where you can see 24, 25, so typically we're, as far as our required reserve, we're usually around 2.5 million or so. So we're far above that. We're not close to our required 25% reserve. even though you see it dropping down. But these are things just to, as we plan and as we talk about the forecast, but also the budget for the next year, things that we keep in mind as we're planning, specifically capital projects, what kind of contracting stuff we want to do. We have a lot of, for example, we have a lot of multi-year service contracts that we're looking at now to see if, they're probably due at this point. I mean, some of them definitely are due. Some of them, based on the cost of them, should be renewed and looked at with RFPs. So that's some of what we're looking at as well in the future. And probably AB capital projects, just to, until we know where that, basically where that gold line is going to trend, flatten up. We don't want to let go of too many reserves through capital project funding. At least that wouldn't be the recommendation. And I believe that's the last slide, but Kevin, yeah. So before we move to the forecast, I'll just see if there's any questions on this history.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council?
No? All right, Angela, she'll take it away for the forecast.
I'm going to take it over from here. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members, maybe online or in the future. My name is Angela Corder. I'm the Director of Administrative Services. We're going to look beyond our current and next budget cycle and look out into the next decade. So we just had to look back, and we're going to look forward. This presentation is about understanding where the city could be heading financially under different economic conditions, what risks we might face, and what opportunities exist to strengthen Cotati's long-term stability. The goal is not to predict the future. We can't do that. No one has a crystal ball that will give us there, but to prepare thoughtfully so that the city can continue to provide reliable services going forward. Next slide. So I like to start with, why does a forecast matter? We just talked about our history and where we are. Can't we just do that based on what that says? And of course you can, but annual budgets just tell you what you're at right there. And those long-range forecasts help us understand what may happen 5 or 10 years down the road from now, so we can make important decisions about what financial pressures we might be under, so we're not thinking about it then when we're in the moment. We can think about it now and consider it now and make some adjustments. These pressures don't happen overnight. We have pension costs, as we're aware of, inflation, infrastructure needs, economic slowdowns, changes in consumer spending, all these things that affect, you think it's on a global scale, but it also affects us here at Cotati. This forecast allows us to identify warning signs early, and instead of reacting during that crisis, we can plan for it as much as possible. It also helps the city make more strategic decisions today, whether that involves staffing, infrastructure, reserves, and economic development opportunities. Importantly, this is not a budget. We're not saying we're in a deficit. This is not, what our planning tool is. It's just a thought process. And it's meant to understand trends, risks, and possible outcomes. This is a long-range forecast. The last one was provided to council back in 2023. And so with these different economic situations, we felt like this was really a good time for a refresh. As it stands, we are looking to have this as a part of our 2-year budget cycle going forward, where we're going to evaluate this on our off-budget cycle. So we'll have our 2-year budget cycle, and this will be a good refresh before we update the second year of the budget, so we know kind of what we want to be, and we can better lay out our fiscal future. Next slide, please. So to understand the forecast, it helps to first understand how Cotati's General Fund operates today. We just get kind of a deep dive of it with our history. And there's a full report within the agenda packet which lays out all the nuts and bolts of how the calculations were made. And it's in detailed tables showing the projections of revenues and expenditures, both in total for revenues and expenses, as well as broken down by category for each of the years for the next 10 years. This is in packet pages 63 to 76. As Damian said, the current general fund budget is approximately $11.2 million, and it supports 49 full-time staff equivalent positions approximately. These positions represent the people that are delivering all of our day-to-day services to our community: public safety, public works, planning, administration, parks, and more. So one of the biggest takeaways is how the city depends economically on sensitive revenues. So those sales tax account for approximately half of the general fund's revenues. And that means that Cotati's financial health is closely tied to consumer spending and our regional economic activity. Property tax, though, like Damien showed, is really that stable revenue stream that stays pretty consistent, while all the other taxes, maybe cannabis revenues, while they contribute, they are still not to the magnitude as those two revenue sources for the property tax and sales tax. So the challenge is when the economy changes, these revenues, sales tax really, can shift quickly, and we thus have to make sure we're adaptable to that. Next slide. So every long-range model, even just a regular model, depends on assumptions. So the assumptions that matter in this, because any small change over time can create a big difference over time as you compound things. So 10 years from now, if you make an assumption that's not realistic and not conservative enough, you're going to blow it more out of proportion. So overall, this forecast assumes that Cotati is going to generally experience the same economic conditions that's affecting the Bay Area and Sonoma County. So that's a part of our work with HDL, is to understand what businesses we have, what our market mix is, and understand what that revenue development and growth and trajectory of those industries is regionally and across the state. We also acknowledge that there's uncertainty. The further out you project, the less predictable things become. We don't know when the next recession is going to occur. We don't know how severe it's going to be. We don't know whether the state's going to do something that's going to cause some big impact to our revenues, but we can try and think about those things through these scenarios. So the three different scenarios that we provided were a baseline scenario representing just that moderate, steady growth of what we're seeing right now, and other assumptions that were provided based on understanding of our revenues and expenditures. We also have a hotel development scenario showing how economic development could really improve the long-term stability of the city. And finally, a deep, dark, tragic recession scenario designed to demonstrate the scale of financial stress the city could face during a major downturn. These scenarios help stress test the city's financial condition under these circumstances. Again, there's lots of other circumstances that aren't in these assumptions that could also be modeled, but these were the biggest outliers, right? Next slide. So this slide highlights the assumptions, the specific assumptions in the baseline scenario, because that's where we start as this baseline. So sales tax growth is projected at a moderate pace, about 2.6% annually over the next several years. And then it should be trending back upwards, where we have a historical average around 3.4% growth. So we took about 20 years of data of stuff and projected that out, and that was our historical average. And so that's what we expect in the long range. Property tax is projected to grow steadily. Again, we have that 3% that's fairly stable year over year. We're not anticipating any big developments coming in and giving us a big bump in property tax in order to levy that. Again, that would be a different assumption. Other taxes are expected to decline initially, and that's, again, based on the last presentation I had. We have a known closure of a cannabis business, so we're going to take that into impact for this next year. And then we're going to see it stabilizing and growing again over time based on our historical growth for that area. One interesting area, as Damien pointed out, is our investment earnings. The city's currently benefiting from higher interest rates from our laddered investments and returns, which have been really healthy for us. But in the short term, we're doing still pretty good, but the model assumes those returns are going to gradually decline over time as we use those fund balances. As those two lines diverge, we're going to have less that we're able to invest, thus we're getting less returns. So that should be declining over time. The broader theme here is that the forecast does not assume any aggressive growth. It doesn't, it keeps everything pretty moderate, conservative. I know it's my favorite word, but realistically aligns with the historical trends and current economic expectations, especially around the sales tax. So next slide. I don't know how much I need to go over this because really Damien hit the big parts of this, but it really just shows the trends for our long-term growth for our major revenue sources. The property tax, again, is that bottom line that just kind of stays pretty stable. And then our regular sales tax, which has its peaks and valleys with the economic changes over time and what our consumers are happening. And then the really important part is seeing how Measure S comes in to really help bolster and enhance our revenues so that we can continue the critical support of city operations. So I don't want to go over it too much more because Damian did a good job. Next slide. So on the expense side, the forecast assumes that the city largely maintains its current level of services. Importantly, the model does not include adding new positions or expanding operations significantly, but we're going to use what we have, and it's going to have that increases in expenditures based on CPI or other known assumptions. So personnel costs continue to represent the largest share of expenses, which is typical for government organizations or almost any organization. The forecast includes the assumptions that are part of the negotiated salary increases, pension obligations, insurance costs, all those premiums, and utilities. We have just kind of some inflationary growth for those operating expenses that are included. One major challenge that's facing us, as well as statewide, is the ongoing growth of the benefit and pension-related costs. So those are liabilities that we're going to continue to have to manage. The estimates and forecasts that was put in here were the actual payment plan that was outlined with our work with Ridgeline. And so that was based on our last year's assumptions from CalPERS, which you would then know that that was from the 2023, I believe, CalPERS report. So we're a few years behind, but that's what we're projecting the payments to be based on the best information at this time. We will be coming back with a new report this September on what's happening with CalPERS. Overall, the forecast assumes total operating expenses to grow at an average about 4.7% annually. This forecast does not include major equipment purchases or large capital projects. Those costs would be additional pressure on the general fund if it was needed. However, we're just looking at operations. This forecast also highlights the importance of maintaining reserves and avoiding structural imbalances. So those future liabilities don't place excessive pressures on the service level or future budgets. So those are things like our pension, debt service, and deferred maintenance on our capital infrastructure. So we want to make sure, again, like Damian was saying, that our lines are hopefully starting to separate so that we can continue to address those liabilities out into the future. Next slide. So this is our baseline forecast, essentially the status quo scenario. This is based on the detailed table within the agenda packet on packet page 74. Under these assumptions, the city remains generally stable over the next decade, but margins become increasingly tight. In the early years, the city maintains moderate operating surpluses. That's, again, adding back to our fund balance every year. However, by around 2028 to 29, revenues and expenditures are nearly equal. So this means that the city would have very little room for unexpected costs, economic slowdowns, emergencies, or service expansions. We do have the fund balance, right? And so this does continue to have that fund, but it continues to deplete. While the forecast remains technically manageable, it also shows that maintaining the status quo alone may not be enough to meaningfully strengthen long-term financial stability, again, to address any long-term requirements for addressing liabilities, pension costs, streets maintenance, parks programs, all those different things we like to make sure we're continuing to provide to our community. This is why strategic planning, economic development, and fiscal discipline continue to be so vital to our city. Next slide. So the next scenario kind of flips this on its head, and it demonstrates the potential impacts of successful economic development for the city. In this example, we modeled the addition of the hotel development and the resulting TOT revenue, along with modest increases in property tax activity. What's significant here is that expenditures, we're keeping them exactly the same as the baseline scenario. The improvements come primarily just from adding this one new revenue source rather than reducing services. So we're still continuing to provide the same level of services, keeping everything equal, but we're adding that revenue source. New revenue generating development not only supports current operations, but also creates additional flexibility for future infrastructure, reserves, and future community investments. So again, it gets us quicker to that divergent line that continues to grow. So next slide is going to show that. The slide shows the financial impact of the hotel development scenario over time. It's based on the detailed table in Agenda Packet 75. Compared to baseline, the city's operating surpluses grow substantially beginning in 2027 and continue to increase throughout the forecast period. By the end of the forecast, annual surplus is over several $1 million stronger than the baseline scenario. And really the key takeaway is that we, with really targeted economic development, we can have compounding positive effect over time for our city and our community. So this scenario demonstrates why expanding the city's economic base is so important for our long-term stability. So again, we can still have that TOT. If something happens to our sales tax, it adds another footing layer as well. So even though that's divergent, we're adding the TOT. If some reason something shrinks in our sales tax, that still gives us a continued buffer. Next slide. So recession in 26-27. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, but we needed to forecast it and see what would it look like. The scenario represents a really severe economic downturn beginning in 26-27. The assumptions are intentionally aggressive. They include a 35% drop in sales tax revenue and prolonged weak economic conditions. So it's tailored exactly off of what happened in the city over in 2008. So the Great Recession. I took the same exact data and extracted it, and these were the changes that we had, and so I'm gonna mark it as if that happened again, what was gonna happen. This is not, again, intended to be a prediction. In fact, the scenario is not considered realistic at all. It's just the full magnitude of how desperate this could happen. Instead, it's designed to show the scale of the financial impacts that could occur if the city had this recession while relying on heavily on economically sensitive revenue. So again, that's sales tax revenue. And we're keeping those operating expenses consistent, which again is not realistic. We already have a plan in place where those would be changing, but those were not considered in this scenario. So you can see the differential of funding that we would need every single year in order to make up, to keep our operations the same. So that delta between the operating expense and operating revenue would be what we would have to come up with, cut every single year in order to make a balanced budget. This scenario reinforces the reserve policy, contingency planning, and the importance of the fiscal resilience strategy for the city. Next slide. So this is just a visual representation of the data that's in packet page 76. Shows the annual deficits grow rapidly and continue to widen throughout the forecast period. Again, not a realistic situation. The city would again use our resilience policy to immediately curtail expenditures with operational challenges, and we would use those temporary reserves that were held for emergencies in order to stem it for the time being. This is exactly why we adopted this fiscal resilience policy. It came out of doing this in 2023 in order to prepare for potential economic disruptions like this. So stress testing this forecast is a way to help the city understand both its vulnerabilities and the importance of proactive planning. Next slide. So this slide brings all three scenarios together in a side-by-side comparison, telling the story of the three different forecasts. The baseline scenario remains relatively stable, but with narrowing margins, just hovering right there at the break-even point. The hotel development scenario shows how economic activity significantly improves our long-term financial stability, creating more of those revenues and flows to be able to do the development projects or the, parks and streets and other works we want to continue to provide to our community. Meanwhile, the recession scenario highlights the risks associated with economic volatility, and heavy dependence on sales tax revenues. Taken together, these scenarios demonstrate our future financial conditions that are probably in a highly influenced it shows how we're highly influenced by economic growth and diversification of revenues, and how we need to remain dedicated to having a fiscal discipline in our day-to-day work here within the city to make sure we are monitoring those operating expenses, as well as making sure we're bringing in our required revenues to keep that moving forward as much as possible. Next slide. So to conclude, Cotati's financial challenges, again, like Damien said, are not unique. Many cities throughout California, specifically Sonoma County, are facing similar pressures related to inflation, pension costs, economic uncertainty, infrastructure needs. And the good news is that our baseline assumptions show that the city's outlook remains very manageable. I know you don't think about breaking even being a good thing, but in government, you want to make sure you're using your money and your resources. You're not taking in too much money that you're not going to be able to use. And so we are going to remain to have a manageable budget going forward. However, the forecast also shows that major economic downturns could significantly change that for the future and make operational decisions much more difficult going forward. The strongest long-term improvements come from our economic development and diversification of revenues, particularly new ongoing revenue sources that reduce our dependency on sales tax alone. I know we have that property tax down there, but again, we need to have another source down there to kind of help our stool have a little bit more balance to it. It's also really important to remember that Measure S continues to play a critical role in maintaining our core operations and infrastructure programs. Without that additional layer of sales tax, we would be having significantly more issues today. Finally, the long-range forecast, again, not meant to predict the future with certainty. It's a management tool intended to support thoughtful planning, informed decision-making, and long-term fiscal resilience. Again, so just having a thoughtful interpretations of where we could be going and what decisions we might need to make now to make our future that much better. So we're going to continue to monitor with regular updates to the forecast, provide proactive strategic planning through our next budget meetings with our adjustments for the budgets proposed for the next year. And then again, as we roll out our strategic goals, because I know those are very focused on economic development and bringing those tools to our city that are going to make us more diversified. And we're going to continue to work to those to the utmost ability because it is so vital to our community. And I'll take any questions. And Damien as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Exhale. Oh, goodness. Okay. So we're going to start with questions from City Council. Anyone have questions? Councilmember?
I'll start with one just on the baseline projection.
Yeah.
So that's very close to break even for the foreseeable future. So that would mean basically no money for capital projects like maintaining streets, aside from fund balances.
We would use fund balance, correct. Yes. There are other special revenue sources, like we have the gas tax funds as well as other funds that we would use as a primary source for any streets projects, as well as we have some minor funding for parks that does come in through a special revenue funds. Okay. So we could use those things, but those would be the primary force. They're limited to about $750,000 a year in our gas tax. It's about how much we can rely on coming in to pay for minor slurry projects outside of using our fund balance.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'd also add too that, we, when we do budgeting, we budget, as you all know, we budget for full employment. In other words, all jobs filled all year long. That basically never actually happens. And so the fund balance can ultimately end up, once you're done with the year, you can see some additional fund balance you didn't expect to have. So that could also be leveraged for capital work in the following year.
Have you looked at kind of 20-year average of how much, how much that accounts for in, compare budgets to actuals?
I think we did look at it about a little bit. It was, about $250,000, I think, each year. It's
at least several hundred thousand.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, and Councilmember Sparks, and welcome back, Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. My question was just very closely related to yours. It looked like on city manager's slides with that yellow graph, it looked, I was kind of small, but it looked like the actuals for 24, 25 came in at about like a 2 million differential. Was that, I mean, I was trying to read it off the graph, but it was substantially bigger than 500,000, and I.
The last chart, the one with the
The
fund
one
balance and
where
then
you had the bars and the yellow
Yeah,
differential.
right.
Is it?
Yep, yeah, it was, yeah, and so we already, even in our prior budget, we weren't at zero. We weren't expected to be at zero, so there already was some delta there that we planned to be at. In other words, we were already projecting, even with full employment, that we would end the year with revenues higher than expenditures. So that, the situation that Angela's talking about is like a year or two down the road, if things remain kind of as they are as we sit here today.
I might be misremembering, but I seem to remember that at some point we had a projection for 24, 25 that was well under $1 million for that differential. But then the actuals seem to come up substantially higher than that, which is good, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of reiterating Councilmember Ford's question of, you know, we budget so conservatively that it seems like we're always ending up with a little more than we planned, so.
We definitely do budget conservatively, and so from a capital planning perspective, oftentimes we're, I mean, we can obviously capital proactively for even in a conservative scenario, funding balance that we know we'll have, or excess revenue that we know we'll have. But sometimes, because of because we budget conservatively, sometimes we have to finish the year to look back and say, oh, we have more money than we thought we did, so now we can turn around and use that in the next fiscal year, rather than hope that we have the money based on prior trends, you know? And so, like, even in addition to that, there's other things like development revenue. Like, we have historical averages on development revenue, and we can essentially, there's like peaks and troughs, and, it looks like kind of like a sine wave. But you can, and you can say, well, and usually we budget, like below kind of the trough, and say, well, we think, based on, even if everything goes to hell in a handbasket, we have re-roofs and water heaters and, the kind of normal sort of bread and butter type permits. And so we can count on at least this much revenue. But, most times we end up getting more development activity than we'd budgeted. So we end up with more revenue there too. So you add those together in addition to the full employment, you end up with, usually in the hundreds of thousands of dollars difference in terms of what you thought you'd end up with versus what you actually did end up with.
I think it's important to know that this has been pretty consistent in my time here, that it's always been a little more. So if you, on your end, ever change the way that you're doing the forecast, it's very important for you to tell us, because I at least kind of mentally am in the back of my mind building in, well, it's not really going to be that much, it'll probably be more than that, So if the forecast, just so you understand how we're, or at least how I'm thinking internally, yeah. I had a second question also, which is just, you mentioned that we're doing this kind of projection on the off years of the budget cycle. I'm just curious, no wrong answers, just want to hear your impressions of how did the off year go, since it's the first time we're doing the no budget year.
I think it's been fast. I had time to do this and actually dig into this as opposed to creating a budget document. I've had more time to work with department heads to work through, okay, what really should change for next year, what should we be planning for. We're going to be digging in more into the capital projects to make sure, again, we're wanting to look at those constraints, what's going to happen with the AB. And so I also have more staff time because they're not working to pull together pictures and documents and org charts and those kinds of great things we need to have in the budget to make it holistic. But they can work on other operations like working on our new department strings or what's happening with the ranch to make sure we're coding things properly and getting things ready for our financial audit. So for me and our department, I feel like it's been very beneficial. And again, within our systems, with every staff report where we're bringing expenses and adjustments to you, we can put those adjustments in for multiple years if we know it's going to happen in multiple years. So that's also been really beneficial, where we can see it in our system, the impacts of a, resolution that gets adopted tonight by council, and how those 2 different years are going to be impacted by it, and actually see it in our system going forward as an adjustment. So it's been very helpful, I believe. I'm going to let Damian talk to if he thinks a bit differently.
No, ditto, I think it's been good. It's, at least, from a staff perspective, and I think I'll probably speak for the department heads too, it allows you to, rather than, rushing to kind of get a whole budget production together, it allows you to spend some time thinking just more, it's just more strategic, more focused discussions around certain line items. It's detail stuff, but certain line items within the budget, as opposed to putting together the entire budget. So you can focus on certain areas that need maybe some attention because some things have adjusted in the last year.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just had a couple of questions more around the recession scenario and the funds that we put into reserves. So does this gap between our total expenses and our total revenue, does that continue to have reserves put in every year, or does reserves stop and become part of operations at some point? Or
So there are no more, so we would be eating into those reserves going forward, because we have an operational deficit.
So the first thing to cover that deficit is that year's reserve.
Yes.
So once you burn through that 2.5 every year, then you actually go into the reserve fund itself.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's no 2.5
There's no
every
2.5.
year.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were putting, that's just the reserve fund is 2.5.
Yes.
So how much do
That's
we
the
put?
minimum.
Yes.
Oh, the minimum. Okay. How much do we put into that every year? Is there a set amount or?
So we set it at 25% of our operating expenses for the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to answer your question too,
He's asking how much we put in every year. It's
That's
not-
what I said, we set the total amount as 25%
In
of
the
the, so it
reserve.
would be the delta between the prior year's 25% operating expenses and the current year's operating expenses at 25%. That would be the addition to the operating reserves.
for the minimum reserve.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, because there's also additional unprogrammed funding in reserve.
Okay.
But it's not the minimum by policy reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay, and I just had one question about, I know, like with the recession scenario, is there any kind of maybe staff work where they look at maybe options instead of going into our reserves? Maybe some reserves and maybe some other options around contracts or changing work?
So that is our fiscal resilience policy that came out of this last, and it has step-by-step. We would look at all of our capital projects. We pull those contracts and end them at that point in time. And then we move on to the next steps, where we step into any of our other contract services that are not critical for health and human safety. We look at those and we start peeling back those. And then we step into, having negotiations with labor, and so it's all laid out in our resilience policy.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll go to public comment then. There's no one in the room, so we'll go to Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment on this item. The first hand is from Lori. You have the floor.
Hi, I did make notes. With Damien's history, it's with contract services, it's a hodgepodge of, it can be, but it seems to be like 1.2 million more than 10 years ago. One thing I would like to point out is that code enforcement was done in-house 10 years ago, and now it is a contract service, so that is a factor. The reliance on sales tax is a regressive tax that targets lower income people. It's not fair. And if you guys, if prices are high, you in the city benefit. You get more sales tax because the prices are high. I wanted to point that out. So the city may do well, but people out there may not. There's not a way, you've tried everything. We're at the max of how much we can be taxed with the cap of the sales tax, and there's just not a way for more income to come through. And on page 74, that chart, it shows we're about fine. If everything's pretty stable, we'll be at 0. But that means no disasters are planned for. There's no new buildings. There's no senior services. There's nothing you could other than the status quo. You'll employ 49 people. Yippee. The rest of us will be out here without basic essential services. We already have to go to Rohnert Park for most everything. So that's, I guess, all I have. Thank you.
Seeing no further hands and no one in the room, that will end public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back. Did you? Yes, a comment from Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Damien and Angela, for putting this together. I think that having lived through the last recession that we had, and as painful as it was for everyone in the community and our staff, I'm glad to see that we're looking at these things and the policy that we put in place for an orderly look at what we would pull back on, because it was really sad for me when we had to eliminate 25% of our staff. It just really, it broke my heart. It really did. And then, the staff that was left, they worked together with everyone and took a 14 or 15% cut in pay in order for us to keep very basic services going. So I am much happier that we are looking at these things and that we have a plan of attack rather than, as you pointed out, Angela, kind of being in the middle of the crisis and trying to be there and decide what to do. So I appreciate this work.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Just one quickly. I agree with that sort of appreciation and looking at the possibility. And if that happens, it's still going to be really hard. I think that would be painful. I also, looking at the baseline scenario going forward, I'm worried about being able to afford just the street maintenance program that we've embarked on. So I'm still, even in the baseline scenario, it's going to be tight for quite a while. So we're going to have to make some hard choices, I think.
That would be my only comment, is looking at this baseline scenario, just because it is so, delicate. And is there anything else we need to be doing now, to prepare for that? Because in all reality, that's probably the most likely scenario. And is there anything else, that the attention that should have?
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the resiliency plan that you mentioned too, because I think if we can think now of ways that departments can do things more efficiently. I was thinking the parks. We have a ranch, it's kind of like a park. I wonder if there could be some, some work there that they can do together, but I'm glad that you're looking at that as well. Thank you so much for the report. Is there any other information to give to you? Or I think that was it for this one. Okay, all right, thank you. So we're gonna move on to the next item, which is review fiscal year work plan priority.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this is, as you might recall, back in February, we had an initial discussion on this, and there was some council feedback. I think the primary, it's in the staff report, but the primary feedback was looking at a downtown parking study as part of the work plan for next year, and also also some questions about the FTE and the capacity to do the projects that are listed in the plans. So in the intervening time, we staff went back and kind of looked much harder at both at the existing day-to-day roles, and so you'll see in this packet there's the day-to-day worksheets for each department, and this is pulled directly from our accounting system. So this is or a time card system. So this is these are actuals, and at the bottom, just to re-familiarize everyone, there is you'll see there's a like holiday, sick, vacation time. So there's all the day-to-day stuff, plus there's the sort of the leave time, and then there's the budgeted full-time equivalent positions, and then there's the average effective FTE. So that was a 3-year average when we were looking at that, and the difference between the budget and the actual effective is, in most cases, it's typically just that the department wasn't fully staffed. There was some staffing vacancy. So typically the effective actual FTE is a little less than the budgeted. And then that's used to determine the remaining full-time equivalent positions available before projects. So as I note in the staff report, some of the recurring work, even though it's technically project work, is included in the day-to-day because it's like permit activity and things that have a pretty steady, they're not really discretionary. They happen on a steady pace. So what was pulled out of the time card reports was like more like one-time projects. So things that had a discretionary kind of start-stop, and they didn't have to continue year to year. So anyway, that's how we end up with the day-to-day. And so we took that, and then we put that back into the strategic project worksheets, which are also, they're following the day-to-day worksheets. So you can see for each department, there's a list of project priority worksheets. And generally, because this is, they are estimates at the end of the day. So the work effort for each one of these projects, it is based on prior experience, but they are still estimates. And what ends up happening in reality is some projects tend to kind of move forward at different speeds, oftentimes because there's other parties involved and you don't entirely control the schedule. And so even though it might be shown in finishing in 1 year, it might actually stretch into 2 years, so it could stretch out. That work effort could stretch over a longer period of time. And then finally, just to point out a nuance of how the actual FTEs are calculated is the proposed priority 1 FTEs are typically the ones that we're looking at in the next fiscal year, or I guess in this case, the current fiscal year. And then the priority 2 and 3 would be pushed, and they get summed up into next fiscal year. So that's not an always perfect way to categorize them, because some of even the project priority 1 projects end up pushing into next fiscal year. So there is some bleed over between fiscal years. So like one example that I think is probably like a pretty good example, if you look at like the community development department, which is the second project priority sheet, it shows a deficit of about a quarter FTE in the priority 1 category, which is labeled fiscal 25-26, but it shows a surplus of capacity in 26-27. What that tells us when we look at it internally is that's probably all going to wash out as projects, some projects move across the fiscal year boundary, and they ended up getting into fiscal 27-20 or 26-27. Just as a reminder on these, the green are the priority 1, the yellow and the red are priority 2 or 3, just based on prior conversations with the council, but also, in some areas based on just what we think the relative priority are based on strategic planning discussions we've had. So I don't know that I necessarily need to go into a lot of detail unless there's specific questions on the actual list of projects. We've seen them a couple times already, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions if there are any. I will say that one, some of the ones in red font, those are the ones that have popped up. They weren't planned on originally, but they popped up during the year. So they're sort of kind of new stuff, and that happens. That just inevitably happens every year. There's always some things that you just can't account for that do end up landing on the to-do list. So I'll just stop there, but I'm happy to walk through any department if anyone has any questions or answer any questions about the methodology or what we're looking at for next year.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Sparks?
Thank you. A question on a few specific projects. In the community development project list, I was curious if there's any update. I know we had halted our building electrification idea due to some of the legal issues. I'm wondering if there's been any recent changes to the status of that situation.
Nothing to really report. Some of the preemptive or electric vehicle charging requirements that we pushed ahead with early in the code have now been kind of adopted statewide. There are some kind of what I would call creative approaches to electrification, trying to meet the requirements of the lawsuit in Berkeley, but then also push towards electrification. Everything I've seen still essentially provides a choice. So it's, you shall meet this metric, and then there's multiple ways to get there.
Okay, and then I don't recall too many details about the limited vacation rental ordinance item on here. I'm wondering if you can refresh me on what the general idea of that was and whether there's an opportunity for some sort of TOC revenue from that.
Oh, yeah, the vacation rental was more about a potential economic development activity at some point down the road. The initial push was around the hotel, but maybe that if, for example, if that didn't happen, that perhaps that would be another conversation that we would have. Or once it does happen, at some point, maybe we have that conversation. It's, they are happening. I mean, vacation rentals are occurring, throughout Sonoma County. So it's a possible, it is a possible revenue source, because if people are staying in homes, we would want to legalize it at some level, potentially, and get the revenue, get the benefit of it if we're already getting the impacts for it. Yeah.
Okay, and then just a question about the parking ordinance, or the downtown parking study. Are we going to have enough bandwidth to do that this year? Or just a question about that.
Well, the study itself will take better part of, it's over 6 months, once we start. And it would be a consultant endeavor, when we do it. And yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I think we can, fit it into the workload. But it's, those kind of studies, especially in the, when you're changing parking policies in the downtown, there's a lot of community work that has to happen. So that's the primary work effort for us, where the consultant can do all the planning and the studies and all that stuff. But we would have to be the sort of the face of it to make sure that we get input and we don't, hopefully everyone's brought along in the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had a question about the ATP on community development. It says implement ATP projects and policy. Wasn't that something we were working alongside the county, and is that on hold, or, because it looks like it's on hold here, but I was just wondering because that's something we're working on with the county.
Yeah, so the county took the lead on doing a countywide active transportation plan, but they did targeted individual communities as well, and we were able to be first because the council had allocated some funding, and the county was actually a little short, so it worked out really well. And so we have our active transportation plan completed now. The county is still working, I believe, to wrap up the remaining other communities, and then the countywide plan. It could have just been adopted, but basically that's just coming together. And the reason that we're identifying as being on hold is essentially the projects that are in the ATP have not percolated over to the capital improvement program yet. They're in the process of doing that. I think you will see some of that in the CIP presentation that comes with this next budget year. but essentially, we're kind of at an in-between phase. And then the last thing I will add is the county is doing a broader kind of safe routes to school effort, and we are working with them to kind of build on the work of the ATP to look at some enhancements around the school here in town.
Okay, great, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Damien, it's still on here, and it's on the high priority, and the Veranda Fletty Barn fundraising, and we don't seem to get that moving along. My question related to that is, given the financial outlook for the next few years, and it's a broad financial outlook for everybody concerned, so my question is, from a fundraising perspective, is that realistic when everyone is struggling at this point? Is now an opportune time, or is it better because you think it will provide some additional economic development there? I'm just trying to get my arms around that, because I think that one's a big one.
Yeah, the fundraising was more specifically about the barn, with the concept designs for the barns. And the goal is that the barn, as we went through the concept design process with the community meetings and working with the licensees, the goal was that the barn would open up based on all the different types of activities that could happen in a facility like that. It would open up, obviously it has cost to build it, which is the fundraising part, right? But once it's there, could open up a lot, several different new revenue streams that currently aren't at the ranch. And so that is, it wouldn't necessarily be something that there could be a community fundraising element, but even before we get to that, the initial conversations that I'm having, at least at this point, is what's the right structure for that? Are we like fiscally sponsored by a nonprofit? Do we look at our own nonprofit? Do we just are we just a city? But oftentimes cities don't have as much success raising money as a nonprofit where things are held and accounted for separately. People tend to trust that more than they do governmental organizations. So yeah, and in terms of the, just even getting away from that, the current operations at the ranch, there's been a lot of focus, even with the current operations, on revenue operations with the activities that are happening at the ranch, and trying to balance it with free community access and events, but with programs that actually generate revenue. So it's not like what you saw in the earlier historical presentation it was a lot of money. It was seed money to kind of start up the licensees. It's not easy to find licensees. It's pretty niche, to find licensees that run a ranch. But I think we're in a good place now. And so a lot of it was sort of startup. I consider it kind of startup capital to kind of get things going, get the legs under the programs. And then hopefully this year, the goal is to try to hit our stride with a lot of that, trying to balance the programming, the free programming with the revenue programming so that it reduces the net impact on the city's contributions at the end of the day. So that's what's happening right now, but then as we look to the future, it's the barn fundraising and hopefully some additional programming that will bring in more funding.
Okay. And then in administrative services is another area that is a little short on staff. So my question is, are there some things that we should be helping to move to balance that out, or are you comfortable with what's there?
Personally, I feel comfortable with what's here. There might be things that have to push if things happen, but again, we were just talking about having the 2-year budget. I think that's what's going to give us, we were just looking at last year's, and so there was more time spent on the budget and we'll have some more capacity this year, because I didn't have a way to kind of itemize. Damien's talking about projects, and that budget really has kind of become a project, but I think that's going to give us a little bit more this year to work on these more individual programs and things that we want to roll out for the community.
Okay, I just wanted to give the option of if there are things we should be looking at for you. Thank you.
Yeah, and Susan, I will say, like, the priority one projects, those are the ones, barring some total change in priorities that derail some of the priority one projects, the goal is to get the priority one projects done. And so if there is, some capacity issues, what ends up happening at the end of the day is you have some priority 3 or maybe priority 2 projects that just don't get done in this planning period because there's not staff capacity for it. But the goal is to always try to get the priority 1 for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
But I was just kind of looking at the gap in staff versus what's available.
Yeah.
And we never want to go after things that are, 50 or more complete, because then that work either is lost or some amount of it has to get redone. So, thank you.
Councilmember Savage?
Yeah, this might be more of a question for Craig under Public Works, about halfway down in the priority ones on the Class 1 pathways and the Laguna Trail. Is that work still being done this summer, or kind of where are we on that item?
Sure. So at a recent council meeting, council awarded the construction contract, and we have a pre-construction meeting tomorrow, at which time we're looking at mobilization happening within the next week, probably 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. All right.
And
Thank you.
it has a 30-day window.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we'll go to public comment on this. And we'll go online.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Seeing no hands, that will end public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to City Council if there's any additional comments to provide to staff, because I think they're looking for just any kind of direction, providing direction. Anyone else have anything else? Okay, Councilmember Ford?
I'll just say, I think the tracking tool that you're using is really helpful. And now that I've had multiple years to get to understand it, maybe that helps. But it is very helpful to see these tracked over time, and the percent completion bar is very helpful. I guess one slight question is, the estimated FTE column is total for the project, not remaining, right? So, okay, so that doesn't change as it gets completed. And yeah, it's just always impressive how much you all are getting done on very little FTE, so I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate everything on this, and I think I'll give our feedback on it. Okay, next item we have is land acknowledgement and pledge of allegiance. So if you want to join us for land acknowledgement. The City of Cotati recognizes that we're on the ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok, who are the original caretakers of this area. We respectfully acknowledge the indigenous peoples who have been stewarding and maintaining a relationship on this land as knowledge keepers for millennia. This acknowledgement does not take the place of authentic relationships with indigenous communities, but serves as a gesture of respect to the land that we are on. Now join for Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, next item will go to City Manager's report and Council Member reports. Start with City Manager.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Council. So the various public works projects, you heard a little update on the Laguna Path. That's going to be happening or going into construction soon. Also, we have the East Cotati Avenue Pavement Preservation Project, which is also getting ready to start. So we'll have that project's going to be in construction. You'll mostly see the work happening in East Cotati, but there's other little areas that it's also picking up. And then the Gateway Arches, that one is in process as well. They're doing spindle reviews, and so this is the Gateway at Old Redwood Highway 116, which I'm very happy to say that's finally moving forward, so that will get hopefully fixed soon. And then there'll be a little it'll be very minor, but there'll be a little traffic signal disruption at Old Redwood Highway in Myrtle this Thursday because they're going to be swapping out the controller cabinet, the controller computer in the cabinet. So there's a signal controller that controls the signal timing. It's very antiquated, so we're replacing it. And also based on the prior action of the council, now every signal, as of this Thursday, once that goes in, every signal in the city will have battery backups on the signal, so if there's power outages, they'll continue to operate. And also generator connections, so if you have an extended, like multi-day, well, if it extends beyond, I think, 3 or 4 hours is what the batteries are good for. But the batteries are good for most, probably 99% of the outages. But if you have a PSPS or a longer outage, you need those little suitcase generators. And now they all have plugs so that we can plug them in and keep them going without, just much safer than, back in the fires when there was a variety of different methods used to try to control intersections without a signal, which is difficult to do. And we also have a Community Police Advisory Committee meeting on Wednesday, May 20th at 6 p.m., so that's coming up. And this week, as you know from earlier tonight, this Thursday is Bike to Work or Bike to Wherever Day, and we have a booth at the Smart Station from 7:30 to 9:30. So you can come on, say hi, get a swag bag, and we have treats and goodies and other things there. So you could just walk there probably, but everyone else can, cycle there. And then next Wednesday, May 20th, we're having a Dine and Donate fundraiser at Mambo's Pizza in Cotati from 3 to 8 p.m. So 25% of sales, there's a fundraiser flyer that if you show that, they'll give 25% of those sales to our youth scholarship program. And so this is the program that our recreation department uses to provide financial assistance to families that need it, to help fund sending their kids to camp. So that's happening Wednesday, May 20th from 3 to 8. And then this Saturday is our second fresh grown flower sale at the Veranda Fillet Ranch between 1 to 2. And you can stop by and see the flower garden, and they also have fresh herbal tea there. So it's very relaxing. What's that? That's this Saturday that's happening. We had one last Saturday also, right before Mother's Day. So Friday, May 22nd from 3 to 5:30 p.m. we have our open ranch day at the ranch, and you can see the animals, make crafts, tour the property, and very much more. And then on May 28th at 3, we have a ribbon cutting and grand opening ceremony for our recently renovated Sunflower Park on East Cotati Avenue. So if you haven't gone down there, I'd recommend you take a look. Obviously, if you're going to be at ribbon cutting, you'll see it then. The mural is coming along. It's not quite complete yet, but it looks much nicer than the beige cinder block building with different shades of beige graffiti cover-up. So it's colorful and it looks pretty cool. And the park refurbishment has a new playground, picnic areas, lighting, landscaping, and more. And then coming in June is the first summer movie in the park on June 12th, where we're showing the movie Goat on the giant blow-up screen. We're also still taking registration for our summer camps, including Camp Cotati. We have a farm camp, Lego camp, theater camp, and many other activities this summer. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, but that's the update for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the city manager?
It looks like they're doing some work on Gravenstein underneath the 101. Is that related to any of the generated or battery backup for the signals, or it's at nighttime?
On 116 under the freeway.
Mm-hmm.
They've been running some like conduit along the freeway. And I think that's what you saw.
Okay.
If you look at the south side of the sidewalk, there's some blue and red conduit sticking up out of the ground, and they're running it all up and down the 101.
What is that? Do you know?
I assume it's a fiber pool, but I don't know. They didn't get an encroachment permit for us because they're staying in the freeway right away. But it looks like it's a fiber run along the freeway.
Okay.
And under the state, kind of bigger picture of the state is pushing like fiber backbone projects in areas that don't have high speed. So that's what I believe it is.
Driving past Sunflower today, the mural really stands out on the building. It looked nice.
It catches your eye.
Yeah, it does. That's exciting.
Okay, thank you. So, city council reports, council members?
No meetings since our last meeting, so nothing to report.
Thank you. What about over here?
Ditto.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Vice Mayor?
I was expecting a report from Councilmember Sparks. Come on. So on 5/5, I attended 2 meetings for mosquito vector control. One was the executive committee meeting where we went over budget and the facility and stuff. And then the second meeting was the finance meeting, which I got to hear about the budget again, so lots of budget stuff. And they're doing 2-year budgets like we are too. And so they're liking to hear how it works for us. On the 6th, I attended the LAFCO meeting, and that was a 4-hour meeting. There was 2 items. One was the second meeting on the consolidation of Sonoma County Fire District and Rancho Adobe, and they did not receive enough protest votes to put it to an election, so it's done. So come July 1st, Rancho Adobe will be absorbed by Sonoma County Fire. And the second and biggest and longest item had to do with the Alexander Valley Water District. They wanted to create a water district, and they put in a proposal for some extremely broad powers that they wanted. So they wanted things like they wanted to be the JPA for the whole area, therefore excluding the 2 cities, Cloverdale and Healdsburg, and only part of the basin there. They wanted powers to be able to be on ERPA, the Eel River Project, which Eel River Project isn't taking anybody, but they wanted power to do that. They wanted power to do the water sharing program, which there was a pilot that happened during the last drought, but it was done via state order, and that order expired, but they wanted the power to do that, even though there was no order to do that. And then the last thing that they wanted to do was groundwater recharge, and they wanted to work with the Indian tribe there, who apparently had gotten a grant, and they did a preliminary pilot, and it was pretty successful. But in their powers, what they wanted was to be able to charge the tribe for them to manage and implement the rest of the pilot. So the powers were like really very, very broad, and even though they kept using words like collaborate and coordinate and, work with, there was really no evidence that they had worked really with anybody but kind of their own insulary group. And the biggest issue that folks had on the board was they wanted a landowner district. And it would mean that there would be 5 board members, likely the 5 largest properties that would control all of these things. So they would then have the power to be able to include people or exclude people or decide what, was going to happen in the groundwater basin. And people preferred to have a voter district because then you get a broader perspective. They weren't even willing to look at restructuring their board to say, we'll do, large landowners, medium, small, once because it's voter-based and it's by size, the board can do whatever they want. So they could say that they would do that because we would ask them to do it, but once the board gets seated, they can do whatever they want. So anyways, we kept trying different ways. I mean, for hours, we kept trying to get them to move, and they would not. So ultimately, the application in the end was denied. That precludes them from coming back to LAFCO for a year unless they come back with a substantially different proposal. And that would likely mean that they would have to go back out to the people that signed the petitions and give them a new proposal to move forward. So that was a really, really painful meeting, and it ended on a split vote, but it was 4-2. We denied the application for right now. So the next day, I attended another mosquito and vector control meeting on the facility. And the building, the work is coming along with the group that they're doing. And it's a design build, so it's kind of a different way to do it. So everybody's working together, the architect and the builder and everyone. They meet weekly and kind of look for different things. And we're about ready to get a final estimate on it. The preliminary one was kind of inching up, so they're looking at ways to value engineer was the word they used to kind of bring some things back down, but that's moving along quite nicely. On 5/7, I was invited by the Rohnert Park Council to join them at the Zero Waste Symposium. I hadn't originally signed up for that because I knew I had these other meetings, but they said, oh, no, come. So that was really great. They had some great workshops. They did some bicycle maintenance workshops, and we watched them make butter. They made some butter, some composting, some mobile art, paper upcycling, jam making, showing people how to do running stitches to cover stains and things like that on their thing. And the speakers were really, the speakers that they get are really always so incredible. It really blows your mind, the amount of creativity that is there. And then lastly, yesterday, 5/11, I was at SCTCA, and we approved the preliminary budgets, and we approved the coordinated claim that couldn't get voted on last time because of problems with Petaluma and there being a lack of enough votes to make anything pass. They met with the folks in Petaluma, and they came up with an agreement that for this year they'll leave it sit, and they'll work together to kind of come up with a new contract for what to do in it. And it surrounded itself around and I'll probably get the exact number wrong, the 44-48 route that kind of goes on Sonoma County Transit. So Petaluma was kind of not wanting to participate because they have their own issues and their own bus service, and but anyways, so they have a year to work that out, and that got passed. That's all I have.
Great. Okay, so on May 1st, I went to the Regional Parks Foundation Board meeting. Actually, I participated online. They had that option instead of going to the meeting. On May 4th, I went to the Water Advisory Committee meeting. So there are now security cameras at different water sites, which they're monitoring remotely. And that was really important. I think we think a lot about our water system and our facilities. So they do have security cameras now at all locations. They're pushing forward on work at Potter Valley. There's a letter for $9 million to IRPA and $9 million to the Eel River restoration efforts. There was also a grant, $5.5 million award from the Coastal Conservation. And Supervisor Rabbit and a group had gone to a meeting in DC with the administration officials, and they were happy. The administration was happy with the plan that we have on file. There's a multitude of options for resiliency around that. Coming up, there's a sanitation tour in Sonoma Valley on May 16th, and Lake Sonoma has tours every Monday. On Cinco de Mayo, which was May 5th, Cotati had its first Cinco de Mayo. It was really successful, and I was able to host the Mexican consulate, and the deputy consul out of the San Francisco office were here, and I'm glad that several of you were also there to meet them, so that was really good. Today, early before this meeting, I went to the Cotati Chamber of Commerce meeting, and they are preparing for the Cotati Music Festival on June 20th from 12 to 6 p.m. I have a family wedding that day, so I won't be here, but they're looking for other council members that can attend on that day. They also did discuss, they're going to start doing some preliminary discussions around downtown beautification. They're kind of thinking about ideas around that, so there might be more information coming on that. So that's all I have for right now. Any questions? Yes.
Not a question, but you did a great job at the Cinco de Mayo, bringing the consulate along and being able to address the community in both languages. I thought that that was wonderful, and it was an awesome event.
It was an awesome event.
Yeah, Rotary did an excellent job on it. For a first-time event, it was really pretty incredible to see the number of people out there.
Yeah. And everyone was dancing and enjoying themselves. I love watching everyone, the families and everybody. Thank you. Okay, so that's it for council. Yes, comments?
Sorry, I just had a quick question about the water committee. Was there any update on the federal participation in trying to prevent the decommissioning of the power plant?
Yes, I didn't add those notes, but I do have some notes on that as well. We're proceeding. The Water Agency and IRPA is proceeding. There's no changes until we hear otherwise. We're going to be proceeding with the NERF and the IRPA. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So next item, we are going now into closed session. And for closed session, we have two items. The first one is a conference with city labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, city designated representative, city manager or designee, employee organization, Cotati Employee Association, and Police Officers Association. The next item is conference with negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency representative, city council, unrepresented employee, city manager. So we're going to close session and we'll return after that. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to open up for public comment. So we have no one in the room and we're going to Zoom for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a comment. The first hand is from Lori. You have the floor.
Hi, I've been waiting for this one. It's about Damien and the conference with the negotiators. You should not be negotiating for a new contract for this man. He's the reason I would have never been involved in city council if him, Chief Parrish, and Diane Thompson had not had a scandal 12 years ago where I told the truth about how there was the neighbors had a fire, they had toxics going into the stream. Damien was public works manager, and later he was city manager. So, and you know where that is now, 12 years? I told the truth, and now it's at the federal court has put, I told everyone that it was a scam, that they had a rental in a property in Santa Rosa with 4 rentals on it. That's just been put in federal receivership by the IRS in the state. And if anybody had listened to me 12 years ago, and Damien, that's when I became Damien's target. I didn't even like George back then. Now, here we are, 12 years, almost 12 years later, and we're in another scandal, and you're treating me like shit, sorry. I tell the truth, and all I do is get repercussions and consequences and everything from Damien Obid. You need to discipline him, not negotiate with this man. Thank you.
Seeing no further hands, that will end public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go into closed session and we'll return after that. Thank you. Ready? Okay. Okay, we're back from closed session, and there is nothing to report. So the next item is information received after the agenda was posted.
There was nothing received. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting at, what time is it? 10:32. Good night.